Guys, I'm so sorry. This has been literally taking forever to get my Wi-Fi to work. Okay. So I'm glad it's semi-working now, and I hope it continues to work, but who knows? Okay, I'm gonna go get me a rivalry. Got him. Eh. Oh, someone did a rivalry against me. I don't know where the heck he is, but... Oh my gosh, she just spammed me. Well... Okay. Ah. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna go back to my stream, back to the chat, because... Okay, there we go. Hello. Excuse me. Oh, I've won 96 rivalries. I only need 4 more. Use the jam track player in the emote wheel. gonna go there and try to get my quest done there. Okay. Why are you going that way? Bro. Okay. Guys, it's so late where I am. I should be going to sleep, but I'm not. Okay, hopefully these calm things are easy to find. Oh, here they are. Oh my gosh, bro! Okay. I feel so bad for dying this quick. It's just... Ugh, I thought that guy was above me for some reason. Well, I guess I gotta go back there. Okay. Oh! Okay, hopefully I can win this one. I should really change my glider. This thing is huge. Okay, where's this thing at? Oh, shoot. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, shoot. Okay, where do I need to go now? Guess I'll go here. I only have 100 gold, though. I'll just stop by here and search some chests. No! Okay, I guess I'll go try to kill this guy. Guess he took a rift. Okay. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! What the heck? Oh my gosh! I literally pressed build! Ugh. Well... Here. Oh yeah, I need to change that. Go. Okay. Okay. 4 out of 5 for this area? There has to be one, like, over there, I guess. There's probably one in this building. That's probably the one I'm missing. Maybe I can go there. Try to find it. Uh, 96 rivalry wins. I need to get to 100 by the end of the night. Oh, 2 people have 0. Boop, boop, boop. I never meant to hurt you, but somehow I knew I would. Will it be like this forever, 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 forever? I'd reach into your body and fix you if I could. Will I feel like this forever, 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 forever? I listened to that song on repeat for days. Like a couple weeks ago. Okay, please, please, please. I hope that the cube is here. I just took a wild guess and said it was gonna be here, but it could not be here. I don't see one, so probably not. Oh, he already died, I guess. That's unfortunate. Oh no. Go back. No, I don't want to drink this. Gosh. How much gold does it cost to hire someone? Because I really need to go hire someone. Okay. Let's go try to kill this bounty guy. Rivalry guy. Whatever. Guess he's over here killing the Ice King. Oh my gosh. What the heck? These people are sweats. How am I supposed to kill them? I better play just like squads or something. Sorry I keep dying, guys. I'm so bad. I'm really trying to win these rivalries. For some reason, my rivalries keep freaking dying on me because they're bots, and then the next person who picks up the contract is a sweat, because they're the one who killed the guy. It's just annoying. Hopefully I'll have a better chance of surviving with teammates. Okay. Thank goodness these people are agreeing with me. Let's go here. Before I hire someone, I need to get a lot of gold. I'll try to get us a rivalry. Yay. Yay, here's some gold. Oh shoot, someone's shooting at me. Get us another rivalry. Someone's already down there and they're not getting it for us. Guess he's killing somebody. Excuse me. Okay, now where is this person who is a bot? I'm trying to find her. Oh, there we go. There we go. Collect food or beverage. Didn't I just see food downstairs? Oh, there we go. Wait, why am I invisible? Guess we won our rivalry. Okay, let's get a new one. No available rivals. Okay. Guess I'll go up here then. Oh, yep. Is there a car anywhere? Not that I see. Oh my gosh. did not hit that girl? Who the heck? Okay. How don't I have better than a gray SMG? Come on. No available rivals. Eh. You know what? I'm getting this. Hmm. Excuse me. Oh shoot. Oh well. The heck? Okay. Labor breath so empty. Okay, let me head up there to try to help them. What time is it? 10:44. Oh my goodness. I really need to watch more of my TV show. Thank goodness someone killed her. Oh my gosh. It feels good whenever I help my teammates, because I know that they would have died without me. Oh, what's this guy's name? Oh, he teleported. Excuse me. You and me against the world. You were my man and I'm your girl. We had nothing except each other. You were my whole world. Okay. So when the day came and you were up and gone. Let's go. And I still call home that house in Nebraska. Where we found each other on a dirty mattress on the second floor. Okay, I hope we win the next one. That was kind of fun. Like, that game, I barely had to do anything. My teammates carried me. Look at all the animals on here. Oh, I kind of miss that season with, like, all the spires and stuff. Ugh. 99! I only need one more! Maybe I can get rivalry rank 11 once I get one more win. Hit headshots with the Vector 7 DMR. Alright, I'll try. I don't know how well that will go, but I'll try. I still need to do this. I keep forgetting. I tried to do it a lot of times and it just didn't work. That's like the only quest I have left. Besides like finding all these freaking cubes. When the world was empty, save you and I. Where you came and I laughed and you left and I cried. Where you told me then if we died tonight that I'd die yours. Oh, that song's so sad. Oh, someone's shooting at me through the window? Oh, shoot. Well, at least I killed him. Oh my gosh. Bruh. Brother. Brother, calm down. Yep, I got rivalry rank 11 now. Oh my gosh. Rah! Okay. Now let's try to go get this rifle. Oh yeah, I hear some shooting over there. I really do need some heals. Well, I hope the guy you're fighting's a bot, because I'm not going over there. Excuse me. Eliminate an opponent with a rifle. Shoot. Oh my gosh. Well, I thought he was a bot. Sorry. That's why I went to kill him. Lost my crown, too. Honestly, just reboot me over there. Why is our other teammate all the way over there? What the heck? Okay, now you're marking danger? What is that pet? A piece of paper. That's what it looks like. But I still call home It's in Nebraska. Where we found each other on a dirty mattress on the second floor. Where the world was empty, save you and I. Where you came and I left and you left and I cried. Where you told me even if we died tonight that I'd die yours. You every night. Oh, and I still wait at the edge of town, praying straight to maybe you come back around, back around. I cry every day, and the bottles make it worse, but you were the only one. I was never scared to tell I heard. And I found photographs of our school on the day we met. I thought that you were so beautiful. It was love, I guess. And you might never come back home. And I may never sleep enough. But oh, I just hope you're doing fine out there. I just pray that you're alright. And I feel so alone. I feel so alone out here. I feel so alone. I feel so alone. I'm so alone out here without you, baby. What is this guy doing? You know what? I'm leaving. This guy sucks. He's not even trying to reboot me. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, I guess I got this skin. Well, okay. Bro, when I see people on on like YouTube or TikTok or whatever, and I see that those people have watched this certain show, I'm just like, you're the exact type of person to have watched that show and loved it. Like, just I can tell by the look of someone if they would enjoy this TV show that I've watched. It is just like so obvious who would like the show. Oh my gosh. Yeah, and I was looking at this one YouTuber, I was like, this girl would love this show. Like, I wonder if she's watched it. And like, literally the past, what, 2 years that I've been like subscribing to her or whatever, she hasn't watched the show. And it's been out. This show's been out since like 10, almost, yeah, like 10, to 12 years ago. So it's been out for a while, and I was like, this girl, how haven't you watched this show? Like, I feel like you would be the exact type of person to watch this show and just love it. And then guess what? Like, a month ago, she posted this video about watching the show. And I was just like, oh my gosh. I was just like literally waiting for this moment. So I was just like kind of laughing at that. Because I saw another video that she posted about the show just now. Come on, I only got 2 teammates? And are they even jumping? No? Oh my gosh. Oh shoot, I got a terrible job. I was not paying attention. First to land though, okay. Oh my gosh, I'm so gonna die. This is so bad. Oh, and apparently my other teammates left. Well, might as well just play like duo or something. I don't know. My squad mates, they suck. Hold on. Let me change it to duo, because this is ridiculous. My teammates either keep leaving or just they aren't good. Oh, this guy has a crown. I hope I don't disappoint him. I'm just laughing still. Okay. Guys, I might as well just tell you about this show. It's so good. Oh my gosh. But, I think I might have mentioned watching it. I think I actually have mentioned watching the show on stream before. Maybe in like December, January or something like that. But, it's called Hannibal, basically, and, it's kind of like a prequel to the Hannibal books. So, like, the books start with Red Dragon, which is, starts when Hannibal Lecter is already in prison, or, like, the mental institution, I guess, because he's, like, in a mental asylum for the insane, like, criminally insane. So, anyway, that book starts when he's already in there. But, that's, like, the first, like, book in the timeline, I guess. There is a prequel book, though, that is about Hannibal's childhood, but anyway, for, like, the main storyline, that's where it starts for the books. But with this TV show, it actually starts before anyone has found out that he is the Chesapeake Ripper, which is, like, this killer who's been killing, like, 9 people, I think, like 9 different people in Baltimore, Maryland. And so, like, it's the TV show is kind of like what happens before the movies start. Like, movies and books, because the books were transitioned, or, like, adapted into movies. But, yeah. A lot of people know about the movie called Silence of the Lambs, if you've ever heard of that. That's, one of the movies. It's probably the most popular one, I would say. Oh, come on. The Ice King isn't here? Oh, well. So, anyway, the TV show doesn't exactly follow what happens in the books because they wanted to make it, they didn't want to, like, just copy the movies, you know, or, like, the movies and books. Like, they wanted to make something new and have like, a different kind of story. So they didn't exactly, like, copy from the book. Like, it's not completely book accurate. And so the show follows this FBI academy teacher, professor, whatever you want to call him, named Will Graham. And he is a pure empath, which means he can like fully empathize with really anybody, which includes like horrible people, like criminals, killers, and the like. And so he doesn't get like enjoyment out of it, or like he doesn't really like to empathize with people all the time. It just is like he can't control it. And it's just the way he is. And so even if he doesn't like being in these people's minds, he doesn't really have a choice, because he can like fully just get into their head and understand why they do the things they do. And so he can't really see someone as maybe like fully evil, because he always just sees maybe the reasons why they think they have to do these actions. And so he is sort of the main character that we follow throughout the series. The second main character is Hannibal, and he, like I said before, he is the Chesapeake Ripper serial killer who killed like 9 victims, and like I won't get into the gruesome details, but basically like he had this specific like method of taking some of his victims' organs at the crime scenes. And so like the FBI had always thought that he was like selling these, because like I guess you can get a lot of money from that. And so they always thought he was selling them. No one knew what he was actually doing with them. Oh shoot, my teammate is gonna die. Sorry guys, I was distracted. Anyway, the second main character is Hannibal. His daytime job is a psychiatrist. He was previously a medical doctor. I don't know if it specified what kind. I think he was like an emergency room doctor. And he ended up practicing that for a few years. I don't know how long, but he went to he like did psychiatry after that. And so he is a psychiatrist, specifically a forensic psychiatrist. Like a lot of his patients, most of his patients are like criminally insane, maybe, or like not insane necessarily, but just like they have a tendency to be like bad people, you know. And like so a lot of his patients are those people who would be considered like maybe like getting arrested for bad things and stuff. So Yeah. So first episode comes around. Sorry. Excuse me. So I just told the backstory. First episode comes around. Will, like I said, is a kind of like professor at the FBI Academy teaching people like profiling techniques, I guess, because his specialty is like profiling killers because he can easily get into their minds and imagine what they're thinking. And so he can more easily figure out why someone killed someone and therefore find out who killed them based on that. And so there's this other guy, he's like one of the like regulars, I guess, in the series. His name is Jack. And Jack is the head of the behavioral science unit at the FBI. So he comes in. Oh my gosh. Ah. So, yeah, sorry about that. Basically, Jack is the head of the behavioral science unit at the FBI. The behavioral science unit is the unit who profiles and catches serial killers. Oh. Well. And oh, he's gonna die. Oh. Yep. Okay, guys, I'll probably play one more. Return to lobby. Maybe two more. Because I really want to kill the Ice King and just get this last quest over with. So yeah, Jack comes in Will's classroom just one random day because there has been a serial killer on the loose called the Minnesota Shrike who has been killing like teenage, I guess like 19-ish year old girls in Minnesota. And it's like a peculiar case, and like Jack just really needs help with this case. Like usually he wouldn't ask Will for help because Will is just a professor and he hasn't been in the field in years because of like previous kind of like mental health issues with being in the field, because he like I said, he's a pure empath, and so he really has trouble like whenever he has to get into these criminals' minds because he really doesn't like doing it. So it caused him a lot of stress the last time he did it. And so normally Jack wouldn't really ask this of Will. He hasn't even ever personally worked with Will in his entire career. He's just heard of Will. And since this is a very peculiar case and he's had a lot of trouble figuring it out, he asks Will for his help. And so Will says, like, sure, I guess I'll help you. Because he knows if he says no, then he'll probably regret it later if these girls keep dying and he doesn't help. You know, he'll feel guilty. So he says, I guess I'll help you, sure. And then, within like a day, I think. It was like the very next day, Jack knows of Will's previous kind of, vulnerability, I guess, with his, like, pure empathy. And so, he asks a psychiatrist in the field, Hannibal Lecter. It just had to be Hannibal, I guess, because I don't know why, but he was just in the Baltimore area, and which is, I guess, kind of close to DC and like Quantico, where the FBI Academy is. So he asks Hannibal Lecter to help keep Will in line, because Jack knows that if Will gets really like stressed and gets like he did kind of before, then it would be his fault, because Jack's the one who asked him to go into the field. So he knows that if Will kind of goes off the rails, then it's gonna be his fault. So he really needs to like be proactive and keep Will in check. And so he asks this psychiatrist, Hannibal Lecter, to be Will's grounding place, kind of. To be like the one he can go to with his issues and like talking about the crimes. And like the person that he can kind of talk to ground himself with these crimes. Oh shoot. Oh my gosh. Well, and my teammate's not even here, of course. Just go reboot me, I guess. Where is he going? You know what? I'm leaving. This guy is not doing a single thing. Maybe I should just play solos. Excuse me, sorry. Oh, hello. I was just explaining this TV show I was watching. Did you just join, or should I continue explaining where I left off? I guess I'll just continue explaining. But anyway, Jack asked Hannibal to be Will's grounding place. And as soon as the first time that Will and Hannibal met each other, Will picked up on the fact that Hannibal was trying to psychoanalyze him. Because, I mean, he is a psychiatrist. It is kind of his field to try to analyze people's behaviors and thoughts and everything. So Will notices that Hannibal is psychoanalyzing him, and he's like, I don't like to be psychoanalyzed. You won't like me when I'm psychoanalyzed. Stop. Because he doesn't really care, I guess. Like, normally Hannibal would be very mad, and he would find it really discourteous if people were rude to him. However, it seems like when he's with Will, he doesn't care if Will's rude to him. He's like, only Will is allowed to be rude to me. And oh, everything's good. How are you doing? Barely 9:18 for you? Oh my gosh. It's 11:18 for me. Oh, the Ice King is not even here. That's unfortunate. So yeah, right whenever Will and Hannibal meet each other, Will notices that Hannibal is psychoanalyzing him. And Jack explains, he's like, Will, I hired him, or like I asked him to do this as a favor, because I don't want you going off the rails. I want you to be able to handle this case that you're on and not go crazy. And so Will's like, okay, but I'm not promising that I'm gonna talk to him. And Jack's like, okay, he's just here if you need it, whatever. And then, so the next day, Hannibal goes to Will's house. He just, or like, I don't know if it's his actual house. I think it might be like the motel room that Will is staying in, because Will is in, maybe it's either Minnesota. I forgot if this exact location is in Minnesota where they were like doing their case, or if it was maybe in DC, because Will doesn't live in like Maryland or like DC. He lives in Virginia near Quantico, because that's where his job is. So I think he's in a motel room somewhere either in DC or in Minnesota. And Hannibal is there with him because he's like his companion, I guess. Like he's with him with his case and everything. And Hannibal goes to Will's motel room and just like meets him at the door in the morning. And Hannibal has breakfast for him. And guess what it is, like I explained earlier. Hannibal wasn't selling the organs. He was doing something else with them. And he fed them to Will. The very first time that they really got a conversation going with each other. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. But I guess he thought that he just really like wanted to see Will's reaction. Because he gets amusement out of it, I guess. And then he helps Will on the case right after that, because he's helping him with his case. And so they're in Minnesota next, trying to figure out who this killer is that I was explaining earlier, called the Minnesota Shrike. I don't really want that. So, they get a lead. Well, actually, there's like a little bit of stuff that happens before this that I'm just gonna skip over. Like, there's like a little bit of stuff that happens before this moment that's just like not necessary for the full story, I guess. So anyway, there's a few stuff happens, you know. And then they eventually get a lead on the killer. And the lead is that on the most recent victim's clothing, they found this like little piece of metal that is only found at specific construction sites, or like around Minnesota. And so since they found this little like shard of metal, they were like, well, the killer, he must be like kind of working in the construction business or something. And so he must have like been at one of these construction sites recently. And so Will and Hannibal go to this like kind of main construction site where a lot of like paperwork is, and where they have all the paperwork for all of the people who have worked the construction sites. And so they check all of like the files of all of these people who work at the construction sites. And Will is like flipping through the files, and he finds something he finds interesting in one person's file. Because one person's file, he had been checking through all of them, he came up on this one guy's file. It didn't have a phone number with it, it didn't have an address with it. I think it only had the phone number. No address, no home address. And so Will found that weird. Like, why wouldn't you have a home address? And he's the only person who he had been flipping through to not have the home address. So he thought that was something to be concerned about. And so he's like, we need to go check out this person and we need to find him because he might be our killer. Like, we need to go find this guy because he had the most interesting file, I guess. And so Hannibal, he does everything for his own amusement. Like, he really doesn't have much empathy for anyone as of this moment. As of this moment, he doesn't really have empathy for anyone because he is a serial killer, and people, they don't really label him. They say he doesn't exactly fit the criteria of being a psychopath or sociopath or narcissist or really anything. Like, he has traits of all of them, but he doesn't exactly fit the mold of any one of those. Because while he is pretty self-absorbed and only really cares about himself, he does show moments where he shows empathy for other people later down the line, such as Will. Because Will is someone that it's just different for him. He's the first person who's been able to get Hannibal to feel something for someone other than himself. Well, besides his younger sister, I guess. His younger sister's a whole nother story. But yeah, his younger sister, he had a bunch of like childhood trauma with like the war and stuff, because Hannibal was from Lithuania, which is right near Germany. And during his childhood, it was like the wartime. And this isn't in the books. Sorry, I'm trying to focus. Oh shoot. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, it's okay. What type of killer is he? Oh, what do you mean? I don't know. I guess I just kind of explain. He basically, like, he's killed 9 people with no clear motive, no clear pattern, besides the fact that he takes organs from his victims. Like, no pattern based on gender, no pattern based on race, no pattern based on social class. I mean, he hit all of his victims you can't tell a clear pattern from, such as a lot of other killers. They have patterns with their victims, like with gender, like I said before, gender, class, race, location even. I mean, with him, his victims were were all in the Baltimore area. So they weren't just like across the country, you know, like they weren't just like completely random. So he did have a location pattern and like the organ pattern. So he and he killed like, I'm pretty sure it's 9 people in the Baltimore area. And they called him the Chesapeake Ripper because rippers take organs. That's what, like, I guess whenever you call someone the Ripper, like, it's because they take organs from their victims. And so that's why they call him that. And then the Chesapeake is because he is near the Chesapeake Bay, which I'm pretty sure is near Baltimore. And so back to the story. Anyway, what was I saying? Ugh, I completely forgot. Oh yeah, anyway, so Will found something interesting about this killer, or about his file, because he didn't have a home address listed. So he was like, we need to find this guy, we need to check him out, because he might be our killer. And so he told Hannibal this. He was like, Hannibal, I think, well, actually, he didn't call him Hannibal at this point. He called him Dr. Lecter, because he had a medical doctor degree. Yeah, so he said, well, Dr. Lecter, I found something interesting. This guy doesn't have a home address in his file. We need to find out who he is and find out his home address, and we need to go to his house. And so, like I was saying, oh, this is where I got off track from the story, because I went into saying how Hannibal, like, only did things for his own amusement and curiosity. So he didn't really give a crap about whether this killer was going to get caught. He was like, for as far as I care, this killer can just roam free. Because he just didn't really care, I guess, to catch him. And he wanted to kind of toy with the situation to give himself the most amusement. And so he actually, like, kind of came up with a situation where Will would be kept out of the kind of like trailer where these files were. So like Hannibal passed these files that were in this like cardboard box. He passed them down to this like lady that was kind of in charge of this file location. He passed the files in the box down to her, and on purpose he spilt the files everywhere. Like he kind of like dumped them out of the box. It looked accidental, but he did it on purpose in order to keep Will from going back into the trailer, because he wanted Will to like help clean up the files for this lady. So while Will and the lady were outside cleaning up the files that he spilled, Hannibal went back inside, used the phone that was on the table, and called the phone number that was listed in this guy's file. Because remember, the phone number was in there, but the home address wasn't. So he called the phone number, and he said, "You don't know who I am. I don't know who you are. But I just want to give you a courtesy call. And this is what he said next. He said, "They know." That's all he said. And then he hung up. And so the guy that was on the other end of the phone, he did end up being the killer. Yeah, like I was saying, he did end up being the killer on the other end of the phone. And so this guy knew, like, this guy is giving me a call, like, and he said, "They know." Like, what else could that mean? It means that they know, like, they know, and they're gonna come after him. And so this guy, he starts, like, preparing for his final actions to try to do whatever he can before he gets caught. And so eventually, Will finds the home address of this guy. Because the home address wasn't listed in the file, so he had to eventually, like, kind of find out who this guy was. And he found out his home address. And he went to his home, literally right when he got to the house. He saw the man outside, and he had killed his own wife outside the door of his house and, like, dropped her. And then he ran inside his house, and Will was chasing him down. Like, he was not like literally like sprinting, but he was like kind of jogging into the house. This guy grabbed his own daughter, who was the same age as his victims. Like I said earlier, the victims were about 19 years old. His daughter is also 18 or 19 years old. It doesn't specify. It says she is going into college, or is, like, supposed to be around her first year of college, so it'll be 18 or 19. And he grabs his daughter and, like, puts the knife up to her neck. And so Will sees this, and obviously this guy is going to kill her if Will doesn't act. So he shoots the guy in the chest, and at the same time, the guy cuts his daughter's throat. And then Will continues to shoot the guy in the chest, like 8 times or something ridiculous. Because he doesn't have, like, a really kind of straight shot. Like, Will, he doesn't really have, like, a very good shot. So he has to shoot him multiple times. And, oh, I guess someone's killing. So then, kind of distracted, sorry. So then after that, Hannibal, he's at the scene. Like, I mean, he's there. But again, he's not an agent. He is a psychiatrist. Like, he's not there. He wasn't necessarily expecting, or, like, let's say just a random psychiatrist in this instance. If he wasn't Hannibal Lecter, if he wasn't who he was just a plain psychiatrist, you wouldn't expect to go to this guy's house and there actually be a freaking, like, murder about to go down. Like, you wouldn't just go to this guy's house and just expect him to be killing his wife and daughter. Like, you just wouldn't expect that. You're going to the house just to, like, ask him some questions, or, like, interrogate him about about like his file. However, Hannibal is who he is. And he toyed with the situation before. He let this guy know they know, which means the police are coming after him. You need to take action to do whatever you need to do. And since Hannibal is who he is, this guy, you know, he took extra precautions to you know, help himself and do whatever he wanted to do before he got caught. So whenever they showed up to the house, he was already, you know, doing what I just said. And so Will was inside. He had shot this guy like 8 times, and Hannibal was just, you know, outside. Like, he was still outside the house. He didn't even try to, like, chase after the killer. He didn't try to help Will. Like, he literally was just, like, kind of just, like, walking around nonchalant. Like, you just chilling, you know. Like, you wouldn't expect just a normal person to do what he was doing, you know. Like, at least he would probably be freaked out, honestly. If this was a normal person, he'd be freaked out. He'd be, like, frantically trying to help. But he was who he was. He knew what was going to happen. Like, he toyed with the situation before. He's a master manipulator, and he knew what was going to happen. So Will didn't give a second thought to this. He was like, he didn't even honestly recognize what Hannibal was doing, because he was so focused on, like, catching this guy. Like, he wasn't looking at Hannibal. So by the time that he had shot this guy, and the daughter was, like, lying on the floor with her throat cut, Hannibal had finally come inside the house, into the room where it was happening, which was the kitchen. And he saw the girl on the floor, and then he put his hand over her neck to try to stop the bleeding, because, he was a medical doctor before. So he put his hand over her neck to try to stop the bleeding. And Will finally, like, recognized that he was there, and he was trying to help him. And the mother outside was already passed away, so he didn't, like, have to stay outside with her. Like, she was already dead, so he didn't, like, they didn't need to pay attention to her anymore, I guess, because they were more focused on saving the person who could be saved, which was the daughter, named Abigail. And he put his hand over her neck to try to stop the bleeding, and they called 911 and everything, and then, like, the ambulances came, and the daughter ended up surviving. She went to I don't know what exactly it was. It might have been a mental hospital, but also with a focus on physical hospital as well. I mean, it looked kind of like a physical hospital with like more of a focus on mental rehabilitation or, like, trauma, you know, stuff like that. So she was, like, getting help for her neck injury while also getting treatment for, like, post-traumatic stress because of the thing that she had just gone through. And so Will, after this event, he was very traumatized. This was the first person he had killed, and he felt really guilty about it because he was like, he thought that maybe he could have done something differently so this guy wouldn't have had to die. Even though he's about to kill his own daughter, Will still felt guilty about what he did. So this guy would show up in his nightmares. He would hallucinate him, like, while he was awake. And Will, at the time, didn't know that he had encephalitis. Encephalitis is basically an inflammation of the brain, and it can cause time loss, hallucinations, and a general feeling of instability and craziness, among other symptoms. But Will, he had encephalitis, and he didn't know this at the time. So he was hallucinating this guy that he had killed, and he just kept hallucinating him and like getting him in his nightmares, and kept just feeling really guilty about it. And so this caused a rapid dissension in his mental stability, because I don't know if y'all know about encephalitis, but it progressively gets worse and worse and worse unless it's treated. And so his symptoms kept getting worse and worse and worse, even though Hannibal was his psychiatrist. And Will eventually talked to Hannibal. Like, he started talking to him about his problems and everything. Not really about his like true deep problems, but his just kind of like surface problems with his case and stuff. And Will, in order to return to the field after he had shot and killed this guy, he had to get like this mental evaluation, you know, like a lot of people do that are in like law enforcement. They have to get mental evaluations so that they can return to the field after a traumatic event. So Will had to get an evaluation from Hannibal in order to return to the field. So he got his evaluation from Hannibal, and Hannibal said, "Yep, you're all good to go back to the field." Even though he might not have been good, because again, Hannibal does things for his own amusement. He doesn't care. Like, he thinks that in the long run, this won't really affect Will. Like, Will be okay at the end of this because Hannibal has a plan. He has a plan, and he doesn't care what happens now because Will be okay in the end. So he manipulates the situation. So yeah, he manipulates the situation. He gives Will the go-ahead to be like, yeah, you're good to return to the field. And Will's like, are you sure about that? Like, I don't feel stable. Like, I don't know if I should be returning to the field. And Hannibal's like, it was like trying to talk through it with him, but I can't exactly mimic Hannibal's voice because like he's a master manipulator, and he manipulated Will throughout this entire show. And so basically Hannibal was like manipulating him and convinced him that yeah, he could go back into the field. Like, you're good, you're okay, you can go back into the field. And Will said, okay, fine. So he goes back into the field, helps, even though this case is technically over, because I'll remind you, Jack asked Will to help him on the Minnesota Shrike case. The Minnesota Shrike had been found because Will went to his house, saw him kill his wife and attempt to kill his daughter, and then shot him to death. So the Minnesota Shrike case was effectively over because the guy had died. And so technically Will's case was done. What Jack had asked him to do was done because the case was over. However, Jack got kind of reliant on Will during this case. He was like, Will, you caught this guy in like 2 days work after I had been searching for months for this guy. So, I mean, like, I could really use you to continue helping me. And so Will said yeah, because he got kind of like, what's the word? It just felt really good to Will to be able to help like save people's lives. I guess, even though he was really struggling with his encephalitis and everything, and his just like mental stability, he still thought that helping Jack on these cases would help stabilize him because it was doing what he was best at, and he was saving lives. Oh my gosh, bro. Oh well. I'll play again. Oh wait, did you just type those eyeballs? Okay, let me go to squad. So yeah, Will decided to continue to help Jack because he was saving lives. And it felt good to him to be able to save lives. So next thing you know, Will is still talking to Dr. Lecter, Hannibal. And he talks through this situation with Hannibal. The situation of killing this Minnesota strike killer. And he says to Hannibal, Hannibal says to Will, like, you feel guilty because killing someone so bad made you feel so good. And Will says, yeah, like, it felt good killing this guy. Like, he admits it to Dr. Lecter. He's like, yeah, killing this guy felt good to me. Because killing someone so bad felt so good. And once Will admits that to Hannibal, it's like kind of like the first little level up in Hannibal's mind for Will, because Hannibal wants to, from the very beginning actually, Hannibal has a goal for Will, for his trajectory of his overall, like, personal self and just who he is. Like, Hannibal wants to make Will into a person who accepts him. Because before Will, there had been no one worthy of Hannibal's love, attention, and empathy. And once Will came around, Hannibal saw the opportunity for someone he could be friends with, someone he could love, someone who deserved him. Because Will was a pure empath. And he could empathize with Hannibal. And Hannibal realized this. Because Hannibal is a psychiatrist, and he knows about this stuff. He realized that Will could actually empathize with him, and that he could be someone who loves him back, and who accepts him the way he is. And so after realizing this, Hannibal has a goal for Will in his life. Not necessarily in his life, but like, he wants Will to become his quote-unquote true self, because he believes Will's true self is a killer, and he believes that if he can convince Will that he's a killer, and if he can convince Will that killing feels good, and that he wants to do it, then he believes that Will will love him, and that he will understand him, and that he will be his quote-unquote true self. And I say quote because that's not his true self. Like, honestly, like, it's just what Hannibal's vision is, and it's what he believes. Where's this other guy at? Over here. So, like I was saying, Hannibal has a goal for Will, and it is to turn him into a killer. It is to make Will believe that he's a killer, and to effectively turn him into a killer, and to love him back. So Hannibal has this end goal in mind for Will. And in order to get to that place, he knows how much manipulation and control that it will require to turn someone who is a literal FBI agent catching killers into someone who is a killer himself, who thinks that it is okay, morally okay, to do it. He knows how much manipulation that will require and how much control. And so he knows it'll take time, but he's willing to take the time because he wants someone he wants to love someone, and he wants someone who will love him. So he's willing to take this effort and time to transform Will into who he wants him to be. So that brings us to the start of Hannibal's manipulation. That is when, hold on, let me drop that. Like I was saying earlier, what part of the story was I at? I was, what part of the story was I at? Oh yeah, Will had been helping out with more cases for Jack. And Hannibal was still Will's psychiatrist throughout all of this time to help keep him in check with his mental instability. Nobody knew that he had encephalitis at this point. However, just a few days later, Hannibal figured it out. He figured out that Will had encephalitis only by smell, because Hannibal's nose is so strong that he can diagnose physical illnesses. He can smell someone and determine what type of cancer they have, if they have cancer. He can smell someone and determine if they have encephalitis, other brain injuries. And so Hannibal smells Will's encephalitis. Oh, thank you, bud. And this is just another thing in Hannibal's favor. Because once he knows that Will has encephalitis, that means that Will's brain is more vulnerable. It means that he is going to be easier to control and manipulate. Sorry, let me focus on this. Oh my gosh. No. Well, you're excused. In this a show, or is it a book you're talking? Oh, it's a show. There is a book series that the show is based on. I have read all 4 of those books, but they are different than the TV show. The books came out in the 1980s and 90s. I think the first book was released in either 1983 or 1987 or 88. I cannot remember the year. Let me look it up. What year did Red Dragon book come out? Oh, it was 1981. Yeah. So it was 1981. The first book came out in 1981, and the second book was in like 1988, I think. And then the third one was in 1999. And then the fourth one was in 2001, maybe. Something like that, I think. I need to kill this Ice King. It's taking me forever. But, yeah, I did read all of those books, but the TV show, like I said, like the last book came out in like 2001, and then the TV show didn't come out until 2013. So, it was quite a while. And then also, the TV show is modern times. Like, it is set in 2013, the year that it came out. Whereas the books are set whatever time they came out, which was like 1980s, 90s. So it switched times. But anyway, this show, whenever Hannibal smells Will's encephalitis, this is just another thing in Hannibal's favor, because he realizes that it's going to be easier to manipulate Will because of the vulnerable state of his brain. Oh my gosh, this is ridiculous. Bro. Where is this guy? Oh my gosh. So yeah. Hannibal begins he further manipulates Will. And by Will admitting that he enjoyed killing the Minnesota Strike is just a step in the right direction for Hannibal, because it's like Will is admitting that even if it was in self-defense, killing him felt good. Which Hannibal is happy about that Will actually admitted to that. And so, oh crap. It's the same guy, bro. Oh my gosh. So yeah. Long story short, Hannibal continues to manipulate Will while continuing to kill other people, like continuing to be the Chesapeake Ripper, the serial killer, and kill other people while also manipulating Will's FBI work and his cases, and also controlling Will's brain and stuff. And he even controls his medical diagnosis, because Hannibal smells the encephalitis on Will, but he doesn't tell anyone about it because, like I said, he realizes that this is an opportunity for him, and that if his encephalitis gets treated, then it's going to be harder for Hannibal to manipulate Will. So he doesn't want his encephalitis to be found out. So Will's encephalitis progresses and goes worse and worse and worse. All throughout this time, Hannibal convinces Will that it is just a psychological issue and not a physical issue. He says to Will, listen, you're not accepting the fact that this is a psychological issue and you have a trauma. He's like, Will, you just have trauma and you are not accepting it. You are just looking for a physical cause whenever there is none. And whenever there is none. Because Hannibal had even taken Will to a neurologist. The neurologist did tests on Will. He did brain scans and found, quote unquote, nothing. However, Hannibal manipulated the neurologist into hiding Will's diagnosis, because this neurologist was an old friend of Hannibal's from medical school. And he said to him, "Have you ever observed encephalitis in a brain like Will's? Like, have you ever been able to observe encephalitis in someone as unique as Will, who has pure empathy? This could be a real opportunity for you. What if we just hide his diagnosis from him and everyone else and see what happens to Will? Because this can be studied." So against his morals, the neurologist accepts Hannibal's offer and chooses to hide Will's encephalitis from himself, from Will, and from everyone else. So the brain scans come back, and the brain scans clearly show that Will has encephalitis. But the doctor, the neurologist, Dr. Sutcliffe, he alters these results on the computer screen and makes it look like Will's brain is completely normal. So he shows Will these brain scans of the altered brain that it is now normal. And he says to Will, "Will, there's nothing physical wrong with you. There's nothing I could find on your brain scan." So after that, Hannibal is trying to say to Will, "Will, we found nothing physically wrong with you. It's just a mental issue. It's just you've been through some trauma and you have to work through that with me. There's nothing we can do about it besides my therapy." So he's subtly just manipulating Will into being dependent on him and being like, talking to Hannibal is my only option. It's because it's a mental issue, not a physical issue. So he continues to be under Hannibal's therapies while continuing to be manipulated and getting worse and worse and worse because his encephalitis isn't being treated. Will gets, like I said, he gets hallucinations of the guy he killed, and he has time loss, and he has seizures. So, during Will's vulnerable state, Dr. Lecter, he performs these therapies. I don't know what it's called, but it's like whenever you put the ticking light in front of someone in order to induce seizures and time loss. So Hannibal puts this ticking light in front of Will, and Will can't remember these experiences. It's just the only thing he knows is that he lost time. Like, he'll be somewhere, and then the next thing he knows, he'll be in a completely different location, and 3 hours have passed. And so he doesn't know where he's been during that time. And so Hannibal is using Will's encephalitis and his vulnerable mind to do these therapies on him without Will's knowing about it. So he induces seizures. While Will's seizures go on, Hannibal goes out and kills someone. And Will doesn't know where he was during that time. He can't say for sure if he didn't kill these people because he didn't know where he was. And Hannibal was doing this on purpose to frame him. Because It was all part of his plan. Remember, his plan is to get Will to love, accept, and understand him, and become a killer himself. That was Hannibal's ultimate goal. And that was Hannibal's ultimate goal, and he was gonna do really anything necessary to get to that point without killing Will. Because he thought, whatever I can put Will through, if it doesn't kill him and he survives, like, he survives, you know, physically, then I can just get him back, you know? Like, I can get him back. Because even though I betray him and frame him for my murders, like, I'll still get him back. Hannibal believes he can get him back. And so he induces this time loss and these seizures to where Will starts to believe. He starts to believe Hannibal and in saying that, hey, Will, who is saying that you couldn't have committed these things? Because if you lost time, you didn't know where you were, you could have committed these crimes. In theory, like, you can't say that you didn't, because you could have. You didn't know where you were. And so Will starts believing him. A little bit, at least. At first, he's like, no way I did this. Like, there's no way I did this. But then, there's something that seems very undeniable to Will. And it's the fact that he actually coughed up an ear. You heard that right. He coughed up an ear. And he's like, how in the heck would I have coughed up an ear if I didn't do something? You know? And guess whose ear it was? Abigail, the daughter of the Minnesota Shrike, the one who survived her father's attack and went to the hospital. Sorry, I'm distracted. Shoot. So yeah. It was Abigail's ear. And Abigail had actually, since she was orphaned after the attack, so yeah, she's actually orphaned after the attack. And so Oh my gosh. Well, anyway, like I was saying, Hannibal and Will actually became her legal guardians after this, after the attack, because they really cared about what happened to her. At least Will did. Hannibal might have kind of acted like it, I guess. Because again, he didn't fully really care about Abigail. Like, the one he truly cared about was Will, because he was the one who could understand him. He was the one who had the potential to love him and understand him and accept him, not Abigail. He imagined he could have a future with Abigail as his kind of like foster daughter. But if things went wrong, Abigail didn't necessarily have to be in the picture. Like, she didn't have to be alive. It was Will who he really wanted to be in his life. And so, she was kind of just, what do you call it? Sorry. I mean, she's kind of just like collateral damage, I don't know, but like, she wasn't necessary to his plan. And, so Will, after he coughed up Abigail's ear, she had been his foster daughter. He really cared about her because he had been the one who orphaned her. He killed her father, and he felt responsible for her, and he cared about what happened to her. So he knows that, like, if he was truly himself, he wouldn't have killed her. So either he killed her in a wrong state of mind, and he didn't know what he was doing, or he didn't kill her and someone placed her ear in his throat. And so after that event, so before that event actually, Will was kind of like believing Hannibal. He was like, I mean, maybe I possibly could have done all this, because I can't remember what happened during the times of death of all these people. And then once Will coughed up Abigail's ear, immediately after he coughed up the ear, he didn't know whose it was. But he had known that right before his time loss, right before that, he had time loss, and right before the thing that happened right before his time loss was that he was spending time with Abigail, and he had been with Abigail in Minnesota. And so he woke up, coughed up this ear, and the last thing he remembered was spending time with Abigail. So he was like, could this be her ear? So he called Hannibal, because Hannibal was his trusted friend and psychiatrist. And Hannibal was doing what he does best. He was kind of manipulating the situation and told Will that he needed to turn himself in, because this was all part of Hannibal's plan. He wanted Will to turn himself in to the police because there was lots of physical evidence on him. Not only was there the ear, he also woke up with blood under his fingernails and dirt on him. So he was kind of worried, like, understandably, he was worried that he had done something bad because of his time loss and because of all of the physical evidence. And he turned himself into the police because he thought he could have done this. He's like, if I go to the police, if I go to the FBI, these people are my coworkers, they're my friends, they're gonna find out what really happened, and if I did kill Abigail, then they'll find out. Thank you. So yeah. Will was thinking, if I turn myself into the police, and I actually did do this, or if I didn't do this, then the police, the FBI will find it out. So they took all the physical evidence off of him, and it turned out that the blood under his fingernails was Abigail's. Sorry, there we go. So yeah, it turned out the blood under his fingernails was Abigail's. And, so then he started to think, like, how could this have happened? Like, how could her blood be under my fingernails? Like, I don't remember a thing, and I wouldn't ever hurt her. If I was in my right mind, I would never hurt her. She was, like, his new daughter, you know? He wouldn't have done anything to her. He cared about her. So then he started thinking, well, who could have done this to me? Because if I didn't do it, someone else did. And they're trying to frame me. So he started thinking, who else could have done this to me? Who else had access to me? Who else had access to Abigail? Who else knew us well enough to frame me and to make me believe that I did it? And he comes to the conclusion that it's Hannibal, which is correct. And so he's in prison. Well, like in jail, I guess, because he's being held for murder of Abigail because of the evidence. And so he's in jail currently, and he is being questioned by the FBI as to his whereabouts and to oh shoot. And just about, you know, like the situation that happened. And Hannibal's talking to Jack. If you don't remember who Jack is, he's the one who originally asked Will to be on this case. Or to be on the first case. And, Jack comes in to question Will. And he's like, Will, like, how did you do this? Like, why did you do this? Like, the physical evidence is undeniable. Like, why did you do this? And Will wouldn't, shoot. Will wouldn't admit it. He was like, I didn't do this. Because at this point, he was convinced that Hannibal did it. Like, he was convinced that Hannibal did it and that he didn't do this. So he told Jack, you know what? You shouldn't be scared of me. You should be scared of whoever did this to me. Because they're the dangerous one. They're the one who set all this in motion. Who was good enough at manipulation to be able to do this to me and make me believe that I did it. Rat, give me back my gun. Stole my gun, bro. What a nugget. Okay. Let's go somewhere else. Find me another gun. So, yeah. Will was like, you should be scared of whoever did this to me. And he left it at that. Because Will... and then I'm pretty sure during this moment, Will actually told Jack that he thought Hannibal did it to him. He was like... I mean, think, Jack. Who could have done this to me? Hannibal. He's the psychiatrist. He has all of the psychological techniques needed. Plus, like, who even is this guy? Like, how much do we really know about him? He could have done this to me. And Jack's like, no, I know Hannibal. I know Dr. Lecter. He couldn't have done this. He's a good person. Will, you're insane. Like, why do you think Hannibal did this? I can't believe you. Just all that stuff. Just like, not even questioning if Hannibal did it. He was like, Hannibal could have done this. And this whole time, Jack is trusting Hannibal more than he is Will. Because why not apply that same logic to Will? Why not be like, oh, Will, I know you. You wouldn't have done this. But no, he doesn't do that. He just says, I know Hannibal. Hannibal wouldn't have done this. So, Will, you must have done it. So he doesn't even apply the same logic to Will. He's just like, Hannibal couldn't have done this because I know Hannibal. Oh, man. But yeah, Jack doesn't give Will the benefit of the doubt, and he sides with Hannibal because he says Hannibal could have done this. Like, Will, you're crazy. You have the evidence on you, and looks like you did it. But, yeah, but Will's like, no, like, you need to trust me. Hannibal did this to me. And yeah. So then there's another character named Alana Bloom. Alana is another psychiatrist who has been friends with Will for a while. She comes in the first episode, but she hasn't really had a major role since, she hasn't really had a major role in the show. So I didn't mention her before. But Alana, she was always on Will's side. She was like, Will didn't do this, but that doesn't mean that Hannibal did. So she was kind of like on both of their sides. She was like, Will, I don't think you did this, but I also don't think Hannibal could have done this. So she tries to find the truth for Will's sake. She tries to find out what really happened because she doesn't want Will to be in jail. She doesn't think he could have been capable of doing this. But she also is blinded by Hannibal. She doesn't see who he truly is, and she doesn't think he could have done it either. And Alana was always on Will's side with his what am I saying? She was always on his side with, like, hold on guys, I need to go to the bathroom real quick. Do not leave. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I'm so sorry. Okay, guys, I'm back. So sorry about that. I just had to go to the bathroom. Oh, you said word. Sorry about that. I hope my teammates are alive. They are, okay. Sorry, like I was saying, Alana has always been on Will's side. She's been friends with him even before Jack met him. She's been friends with him for a long time. She's also been friends with Hannibal for a long time. Hannibal was actually her mentor in her psychiatry residency at Johns Hopkins. Pretty sure it was Johns Hopkins. But yeah, he was her mentor during her residency because he's probably 10-ish years older than her. Maybe even like 12, 15 years older than her. He's at least 10 years older than her. And so yeah. He was her mentor. So she's also known Hannibal for a long time. She's friends with both of them. Sorry, I'm just so distracted. I'm trying to get away from these people. I'm gonna go over there. So yeah. She's been friends with Hannibal and with Will for a long time. I'm pretty sure she's known Hannibal a little longer than Will because she met Hannibal even before she became like a licensed psychiatrist. Like she did her residency with him. And so wait, is this working? Oh, I guess they got rebooted over there. Okay. So yeah, Alana's always been on Will's side. She was very against Will helping Jack in the first place, about going back into the field and helping him with the Minnesota strike case, because she knew how vulnerable Will was and how easily things could go wrong with him. And so she didn't even want Will to be on the case in the first place. And she was extremely mad at Jack after this incident where Will was arrested. Because she was like, Jack, I told you to look out for him. I told you he shouldn't have gone in the field. Yet you didn't listen to me. And this is what happened. Will is now arrested, accused of murder, and it's your fault because I warned you about this. I warned you I warned you that he could lose stability. He could lose stability, go crazy, and you didn't listen to me. You did ask Hannibal for help, but even when you saw he was struggling, you continued to let him go into the field. So she was really mad at Jack after this happened, and she was determined to help Will, like I said. She didn't think that he could have killed anyone. Like she didn't think he could have killed Abigail. But she also knew Hannibal. Like I said, she did her residency with him. He was her mentor. She didn't think he could have done it either. And so she, are they getting rebooted over there too? Oh, yep. So she was trying to figure out a way to help Will get out of prison and, like, exonerate him from the crime. So yeah, that was kind of like a side note from like the plot, I guess, but still important to mention. So after Will talked to Jack about, like, while he was in jail, while he was like, Hannibal did this to me, you should be afraid of him, because you should be afraid of whoever did this to me, because they had enough power and control to do this to me. You should be afraid of Hannibal, not me. Oh gosh, I did not know that he was up there. Well, maybe they can buy my reboot or something. So anyway, Will, he actually goes a little bit savage while he's being transported, because he, for some reason, he's in, like, one of the transportation vans for the jail, and he's being transported somewhere, and he actually attacks the guards that are in the van and escapes. Whenever he escapes, he takes Hannibal to, he goes to Hannibal's office. Like, first thing he does is go to Hannibal's office, because he knows Hannibal's gonna be there. And he takes Hannibal and he's like, Hannibal, we should go to the crime scene, because if I really did commit this crime, oh shoot. Yeah, so he's like, if I really did commit this crime, why don't we go to the crime scene and see if I remember anything? The supposed crime scene where this happened, to see if I, remember some memories or something about the event. He goes there, and he doesn't. So he takes Hannibal there. Mind you, this is in Minnesota, and they are currently, the jail that he was in, I think it was in either DC or Virginia. And so he took Hannibal all the way to Minnesota, where the crime scene was. And he didn't remember a thing. And so he started to accuse Hannibal at that point. He said, Hannibal, you're the only one who could have done this to me. Like, I don't really think I know you anymore. Like, I used to think I knew you, but after this, I realize I don't really know you anymore. You're not who I thought you were. you did this to me. I don't know why you did this to me. It doesn't make sense. But I know that you did this to me. So at this point, Jack has found out that Will escaped from like the police van. And so he thought about like, where would Will go if he were to escape? Like, where would he want to go? And he thought about what he told him. He thought about like how he kind of accused Hannibal of doing what he did. And so Jack thought, hey, Will probably would have went to Hannibal's office. So he checked Hannibal's office, and Hannibal wasn't there. So he was like, he must have taken him somewhere. And he was like, and then he figured out that they went to the crime scene. And Hannibal and Will they were in the kitchen of the crime scene. And Will had pulled his gun on Hannibal. And he was saying all this stuff, like, I don't know who you are anymore. Why would you do this to me? Like, I thought we were friends. Or, like, I at least thought that we had some kind of relationship, like, I thought we were, like, good patient-psychiatrist relationship. I thought we were friends. Like, why would you do this to me? And he pulls a gun on Hannibal. At this point, Jack has arrived at the location because he's found out where they are. Jack arrives. He shoots Will in the shoulder because he pulled a gun on Hannibal. And Will doesn't die, but he does have to go to the hospital. And at this point, when he's in the hospital, they find out that he has encephalitis. Finally, they found that out. Because they actually did tests on him when he was in the hospital, which weren't altered by Hannibal. Because the other tests by the neurologist were altered by Hannibal. This test wasn't altered by him. And so they found out that he had encephalitis, and they started to treat it. They gave him, like, medication to reduce the swelling in his brain. And then he started getting better. And he started getting even more aware of what was going on. Because before, the encephalitis was having a huge effect on him. He was just really sick. He was having time loss. He was having hallucinations. And then once he started to get his, functioning back, he started really thinking about, dude, what are you doing? He started to actually be able to think about the situation. And so, after this happened, Will went back to jail. Because obviously he's still being accused of murder. But while he's in jail, he plots revenge. So, by the way, this is where season 1 ends. Season 1 ends with Will in prison, officially at the mental asylum for the criminally insane. He's in the asylum for the criminally insane at this point. Not even just in jail. He's not in jail. He's in the Baltimore State Hospital for the criminally insane. And that's where season 1 ends, is with him in there. Season 2 starts. This is when Will starts really plotting revenge against Hannibal, because he realizes that, I mean, he fully realizes, like, that Hannibal did this to him. Even if no one else believes him, he believes that Hannibal did this to him. And, so, he... I'm getting tired. He plots revenge because he wants Hannibal dead after this. He's like, if I'm being accused of murder, why not murder, like, the guy who did this to me? Because what's the difference between being in jail for murder and just committing murder? Like, he doesn't really see the point in not murdering Hannibal whenever he's already in freaking, like, the mental institution for murder. So he figures out a way to have a connection to the outside world to be able to facilitate Hannibal's death. So there is a guard, like a one of the kind of like nurse guards, I guess, for the hospital, for the criminally insane hospital. And this guard is obsessed with Will's supposed kills. Because at this point, Will wasn't just being accused of Abigail's murder. He was being accused of all of the murders that happened during the periods of time loss that Hannibal was inducing, which was like 4 murders besides Abigail. Or maybe it was including Abigail. Anyway, it was like 4 or 5 total murders that he was being accused of during these periods of time loss. Like I said earlier, Hannibal did this on purpose. He did this on purpose so that Will wouldn't know where he was during this time, so he wouldn't have a solid alibi. So, who's to say that he didn't do all of this? And so, there's this guard that was obsessed with Will's supposed murders. He thought Will was like this great serial killer, like this amazing, like inspiration or whatever. And he actually murdered. So Will was going on trial for these murders at this point. He was going on trial, and this guard, Will didn't ask him to do any of this, but this guard wanted Will to be set free so bad that he killed one of the bailiffs at Will's trial, and he also killed the judge. Well, actually, never mind. He didn't kill the judge. He killed the bailiff at the trial. However, the judge did die. But guess what? Hannibal was the one who killed the judge. Hannibal was the one who killed the judge at Will's trial. And, it's not really, I don't really think it's known why he did this. But the guard, anyway, the main point is the guard was obsessed with Will, and he would do really anything for him because, I don't know, he just saw him as this like great serial killer and inspiration to him. So Will found out about this. He found out that this guard had killed the bailiff at his trial. And so he took advantage of this. He was using Hannibal's tactics. At this point, Will was no longer concerned with being a moral person anymore. He was concerned with revenge, and he didn't care. He didn't really care at this point of being of following his previous moral issues, moral values. He didn't really care about that anymore. Like, this is the point where we really see Will take a turn in his moral compass. Because before, he wouldn't have condoned murder for anything besides self-defense. Like, he wouldn't have even thought about revenge like he was planning on doing to Hannibal at this point. So we really see him turn to his dark side at this point, which is what Hannibal wanted all along. Even if Will is trying to kill Hannibal, Hannibal honestly doesn't care. As long as he doesn't die, Hannibal doesn't care, because Will is turning to his true self. That's at least what Hannibal thinks is his true self. Will is becoming into his true self, which Hannibal thinks is a murderer. And as long as Will is going in the quote-unquote right direction for Hannibal, Hannibal doesn't care. He wants this for Will. He wants him to go further and further off the deep end and to become a killer. Even if the one he's trying to kill at the moment is himself. Hannibal. And so Will asks this guard to kill Hannibal for him. He's like, I need to ask something of you, and I need to ask you to kill Hannibal Lecter. And so this guy goes and finds Hannibal and like ties him up by a noose and like cuts his wrists and everything. And then, hold on, sorry, I'm distracted. Oh yeah, hangs him by a noose, cuts his wrists, and also like he like makes him stand on a bucket so that if he like loses balance and falls off the bucket, the noose will like choke him. And so like there's this scene of Hannibal with his blood like just dripping down into the drains because his wrist got slit. It shows like his blood just draining into the like pipe, like drain pipes and stuff. And then it shows him like standing on the bucket with the noose around his neck. And sorry, I'm just distracted. And so then Jack and Alana find out that Will actually attempted to like kill Hannibal by using this guard. And so they were like really like frantically trying to find out where Hannibal could be, like where this psycho guard could have taken Hannibal. What the frick? What the heck? Oh my gosh. Well, and then after this, Jack and Alana find out where Hannibal got taken. It's just this like random place where Hannibal does his like swimming, because Hannibal sometimes does like swimming in those like swimmer pools like professional swimmers use. So sometimes that's his swimming. So Jack and Alana found Hannibal at his like normal swimming place because they tracked his phone there. And then they found the scene where like this guy is this like psycho guard is holding Hannibal in this noose and like slit his wrist and everything. So Jack and Alana walk in on this scene. Jack has his gun out. He shoots the guy, the guard. And right as the guard is like being shot or is about to be shot, he knocks the bucket out from under Hannibal's feet. So Hannibal starts like hanging by the noose and starts choking. Oh shoot. And so he's like that. He's like hanging by the noose for probably like 3 seconds or something. It's not very long at all. It's like 3 to 5 seconds probably. And Jack goes over to Hannibal and like picks him up by like the upper legs to like stop his choking. And then Alana is there, like she sees all of this, like she's watching all this happen. And she calls 911, and then they take Hannibal to the hospital and everything, and he gets treated and all that. And Hannibal knows at this point that Will did this to him because the guard told him, like during their conversation. The guard actually told Hannibal that Will asked him to do this. And Jack and Alana also knew that Will asked the guard to do this. So at this point, Alana and Jack were pretty much over trying to help Will. Because even though Alana was Will's friend, after he tried to kill Hannibal, she didn't really like feel like she knew who he was anymore, because she didn't know him as a killer, and now that he tried to kill Hannibal, like he's just not the same person that she was friends with, I guess. And so she couldn't stand by him whenever he attempted to kill Hannibal. And Hannibal, like I was saying before, he still was on his path to his end goal. Like, he still wanted Will to become his true self and become the killer that he wanted him to be. So even if that meant that Will attempted to kill Hannibal honestly didn't care, because Will was furthering his plan for Will becoming a killer. And so, oh, come on. What an idiot. Yeah, so oh, well. Oh, I guess I'll just leave this game. I don't know. Bro, the other two people went all the way over there. Or one guy. I don't know. yeah, so after this, Hannibal was still continuing his plan with Will. He wanted him to realize his potential. And so Hannibal realized that enough time had passed with Will. Sorry, I'm just gonna leave this like this for a minute. Hannibal realized that enough time had passed. Excuse me, with Will being in jail or like the mental institution. And so he now wanted to get Will out of there. He wanted Will to get released from the hospital. And really the only way that could happen the only way that could happen is if there was like new evidence that surfaced that proved that Will couldn't be the killer. Because if there's new evidence that Will couldn't be the killer, then he would be forced to be released. Like, he had to be released if there was no reason to keep him there, if he didn't do these things. And so Hannibal planted a bunch of evidence, like physical evidence, at a new crime scene that had like DNA evidence from previous crime scenes, the ones that Will was being accused of. So he put all this DNA evidence at this new crime scene, and that exonerated Will. So Will was released from the mental institution, and he was still bent on revenge against Hannibal. He still believed that Hannibal did all of this to him, and that he wanted revenge on him. And so, sorry guys. And so then, as soon as Will got out of the institution, Jack met him there. Like, Jack met him at the, like, kind of like the exit of the mental institution, and he was like, Hannibal, I mean, we know you tried to kill, sorry, I mixed my words up. Jack was like, Will, we know you tried to kill Hannibal, but, like, we're not charging you with it, I guess. Like, no one charged him with attempted murder of Hannibal, because I don't really know why, but, like, he didn't get charged with that. So, like, there was no reason to keep him in prison, because, like, he wasn't getting charged with that, so he was allowed to be released. And so Jack met Will at the exit of the mental institution, and he was like, Will, I know you tried to have Hannibal killed, but I'm also sorry for not believing in you and stuff like that. He was like, sorry for not believing in you, you know, like, I should have believed in you whenever you said that you didn't do this. However, I still don't think Hannibal did this. And then Will was just, basically at this point, Will was tired of trying to convince people that Hannibal was the one who did this to him. He was completely over trying to convince other people that Hannibal did this. So at this point, he told Jack, well, Jack, you might not believe Hannibal did this now, but you're going to later. And whenever you do later, it's gonna be too late. You're gonna have lost people. You're gonna have gone through many more deaths and much more traumatic events if you believe later rather than now. Like, yeah, you might not believe Hannibal did this now, but you sure are going to later, and you're gonna regret it. You're gonna regret not believing me now. And he says, and Will says, Jack, you just need to figure it out for yourself now. I'm not going to keep reasoning with you why Hannibal did this to me or that Hannibal did this to me. I'm just going to have to let you figure it out on your own. You come to your own conclusions. And Jack says, finally, he says, okay, Will, I'll listen. Like, I still don't believe Hannibal did this, but I will keep searching for the truth. Like, I'll keep searching for who really did do this. Like, I'll keep scouring the evidence, and I'll keep my mind open. That's basically what Jack says. And then Will is released from the mental institution. The first thing he does is get a gun, go to Hannibal's house, and hold the gun up to his head. And Hannibal's just like, Will, if you kill me now, like, what's the point, you know? Like, you'll never find out why this happened to you. Like, Hannibal wasn't revealing his guilt. He chose his words very carefully. He didn't say, Will, you'll never find out why I did this to you. Because he's not admitting his guilt. He's not admitting that he did anything. But he does say, Will, if you kill me now, and you believe that I did this to you, then how will you ever find out why this happened to you? How will you ever find out why this happened to you if you kill me? Because, don't you want to know, like, why you were chosen? Like, don't you want to know why this happened to you? And so Will contemplates that over, and he removes the gun from Hannibal's head and walks out of the house. And so at this point, Hannibal has all but just admitted to Will that he did this. And so Will and Hannibal, they know the other one knows. Like, Hannibal knows that Will knows that he did it. Will knows that Hannibal did it. You know, like, yeah. And so Will decides that he really needs someone to talk all this over with. And there's no other option besides Hannibal to be his psychiatrist, because who is he going to talk, who is going to listen to him talk about Hannibal and his problems with Hannibal? And who is going to listen to him talk about everything he went through with Hannibal? Who better to talk to than Hannibal himself? Who's going to give him the most therapeutic experience? Who rather than Hannibal? So, Hannibal agrees to be Will's psychiatrist again. And Will starts talking to Hannibal about everything that he believed. He was like, Hannibal, you did this to me. You're a killer. Oh yeah, also at this point, sorry, I forgot to mention, Will didn't just connect the dots that Hannibal had killed these people during the time loss, the 4 people during the time loss. He had also connected the fact, during his prison or mental and asylum time, Will connected the fact that whoever did these killings, these 4 killings of the during the time jumps, also was the Chesapeake Ripper, who had killed 9 other victims. So he's so Will knows at this point that Hannibal is the Chesapeake Ripper. He knows that he's a serial killer that the FBI has been hunting for years and hasn't been able to catch. And he tells Jack this. He's like, Hannibal's the Chesapeake Ripper. Like, you don't see it now, but you're gonna see it later, and it's gonna be too late. Oh, let me see if it's working. Hold on. Oh, let me. Okay, it is working. Sorry about that if there was an echo. But, sorry, my mic just, like, cut off because it cuts off after a certain amount of time that, like, I haven't touched my controller or something. So like I was saying, Will has connected the facts that that Hannibal is the Chesapeake Ripper, and he's the one who set Will up for all this stuff. But he doesn't yet understand why. Because he doesn't realize that Hannibal sees potential in Will to become his quote-unquote true self. He doesn't realize that Hannibal is completely obsessed with him and wants him to love him back. And so Will doesn't really understand why Hannibal did all of this to him, but he knows there is a reason, because with someone like Hannibal, there's a reason why he did this to Will. It isn't just to be exonerated of his own crimes. Like, Hannibal's not just doing this to frame someone else for his murders. He doesn't care about framing someone else for his murders. So there must be another reason why he's doing this. And Will and Hannibal, through their new relationship with, like, psychiatrist and patient, during all of their talks, like, you know, like weekly talks, Will finds out more and more about Hannibal. Hannibal starts to slowly admit, not really admit, but, I don't know, kind of push the boundaries of admitting that he did all of this stuff. And so he never admits it. Like, he never truly says anything that could get him locked away, or like what is it called? Like, committed of or like accused of doing these crimes. Like, he never admits to anything that can be prosecuted or anything. And so he kind of just like pushes the boundaries of admitting. He just skirts around the line of admission, but never admits it. And so there's nothing that Will can take to the FBI to say that, like, I have this admission that Hannibal said, or whatever, that like he did this. Like, there's nothing like that. But Hannibal, through what he says, Will knows that he is basically admitting to what he did. And at this point, Hannibal is still controlling the situation. He tells Will what he wants Will to know at that particular moment, and when he thinks it is appropriate for Will to understand certain aspects of why he did it. And so he's still controlling the situation. He's controlling when Will finds out all of this information. And thereby just controlling Will. And so, what's the next thing that happens? Oh yeah. Hannibal actually finds, so like a lot of episodes go on where like Hannibal and Will are just finding more and more about each other. And Will kind of sort of realizes that Hannibal wants him to see his true potential. Or, like, Will kind of just barely maybe realizes that Hannibal, he at least realizes that Hannibal's wanting him to become a killer. Like, he's at least aware of the fact that Hannibal's trying to turn him into a killer and into, turn to his dark side, basically. He doesn't really understand the motivation of Hannibal until the third and final season. But he understands enough that, Hannibal's trying to turn Will into a killer by the end of season 2. That's when he finds out. And so I would say this episode I'm about to talk about is about episode 10 of 13, or maybe 11 of 13. And actually, I think this one event happens before another one. Yeah, it does. So this event I'm talking about, it actually happens in episode 8 of season 2 out of 13. So season 8. What am I saying? Season 2, episode 8 is when this happens. Will and Hannibal are continuing to work on cases together. Somehow, I don't know how, but Will is allowed to sort of help on FBI cases again. He's not employed by them anymore. He got put on leave or got fired or something after he was arrested. But he's still sort of allowed to help the FBI out with cases again. And so him and Hannibal are on this case with a mentally disabled man who got kicked in the head by a horse, which caused him to have a mental disability. This guy was being taken advantage of by his social worker, who was a serial killer. The social worker was trying to convince this disabled man that he was crazy and that he didn't know what he was seeing, because this guy was witnessing his social worker murder people. And the social worker was trying to convince this man that, no, you didn't actually see anything, and even if you did, no one would believe you if you told someone the truth. No one would believe you, because, you're mentally disabled. No one would believe what you're saying. And then Will and Hannibal are on this case trying to find out who the serial killer is. And it's them two alone. So it's Hannibal and Will, no other police or nobody else is there. They actually walk in on Will has actually grown to really like this disabled man. He's grown to really believe him. Because this guy, he told Will the truth about the social worker. He told him what happened. And Will believed him, and he actually really grew to like this guy. He was really bad at the social worker because the social worker was just being a huge bully to this guy. And so Will and Hannibal went into this horse stable where the social worker was and where this other guy was. And the social worker was so this man had actually sewn his social worker into the horse. I don't know, don't even try to imagine that. It's weird. But just know that it happened. So this social worker was escaping the stitching of the horse. It was so disgusting. Like, he literally had to, like, escape the stitching of the horse. And Hannibal and Will were in the room. They saw him escaping from the horse. They both knew that he was the serial killer. Will pulled a gun on him as soon as, like, he got out of the horse. He pulled the gun on him. And he was like, if you hurt this guy ever again, then I will kill you. And he pulled the gun on him, and Hannibal was trying to calm him down. He was like, Will, do you really want to do this? Like, are you doing this for yourself, or are you doing it for someone else? Because if you're doing it for yourself, then that's fine. Like, go ahead and kill him. But if you're doing it for someone else, or you're doing it for another reason than for yourself, then really think about this. You shouldn't do this. And so Will kind of realizes that he's not doing it for himself. He's kind of just in an emotional state where he's feeling like really protective of this disabled man who's been taken advantage of by the social worker. So he kind of thinks this through, and he's just like, actually, you're right, Hannibal. Like, I'm not really doing this for myself. Like, what would be the point of killing this guy? So he leaves him alone. But then Hannibal and Will have a really intense moment where Will puts the gun away, and Hannibal kind of like grabs Will on one side of his face, and he's like, well, you can control the caterpillar going into the chrysalis. Like, you can control the caterpillar going into the chrysalis, but you can't control what comes out of the chrysalis and what forms. He's like, so it's basically a metaphor saying that Hannibal might have been able, so like, anyway, Hannibal was using a metaphor to not have to directly say this, because again, he didn't want to admit any guilt. So Hannibal used this metaphor, and it basically meant that Hannibal could control Will in every single way and manipulate the situation, but he truly couldn't predict or control Will's response to it, because he truly didn't expect Will to pull this gun on the social worker. Like, he thought Will still had a little bit of, like, morality in him, and he thought that he wouldn't completely just, like, kill this guy. So Hannibal kind of says that to Will, and they have this really intense moment where Hannibal puts his hand on Will's face, and it's just like, I can control what goes into the chrysalis, like the caterpillar goes into the chrysalis, but I cannot predict or control what comes out. And, excuse me, that's what he says to Will. And then the episode ends. Then 2 episodes later, episode 10, I think, or it might be 11, Hannibal actually sends someone to kill Will. Just like whenever Will sent someone to kill Hannibal, Hannibal is like repaying the favor. He is sending someone to kill Will. But mind you, he doesn't want Will to die. He truly does not want Will to die. And at this point in the show, or I guess like in the story, Will doesn't want Hannibal to die either. He's so curious about Hannibal at this point, because before this, oh my gosh, I just like looked at this shadow, and it looks exactly like the shadow of a face, but it's not a face. Sorry, I got distracted. But what was I saying? Oh yeah. So at this point, Will no longer wants to kill Hannibal because he finally finds Hannibal interesting. And Will actually says this to Hannibal's face. Hannibal's like, Will, do you still want to kill me? And Will says, no, not that I finally find you interesting. Because before that, Will hadn't found anything about Hannibal, like extraordinary. He hadn't found anything about Hannibal that was worth preserving his life over. He just didn't have a reason to keep him alive. But now that Will finds Hannibal interesting, there's something to gain from that, for his own amusement. So as you can kind of see, Will is slowly turning into Hannibal. Because Hannibal does things for his own amusement and curiosity, not giving care to anyone else but himself. And he does things just to see what happens, because he's curious about what will happen. So Will is kind of turning into Hannibal, because like I just said, he's only really wanting to keep Hannibal alive because he's interesting now. Because if he keeps Hannibal alive, he gets amusement from that. And he's curious about how Hannibal will act now. So Will's kind of turning into Hannibal, and he's kind of using his methods of thinking, I guess. And so Hannibal, he truly does not want Will to die either, because he wants Will to love him and to understand him and accept him. He doesn't want Will to die. However, he knows that if he sends someone to kill Will, that Will won't die. Like, he knows that Will will kill the person who comes after him. So he sends this really, amateur killer after Will. He goes to Will's house. And Will ends up killing the guy that comes to his house to kill him. He literally, actually does this. He takes the body of the guy he killed and carries it all the way to Hannibal's house. Sorry. Carries it all the way to Hannibal's house. And Hannibal walks in the door. He sees this bloody body laying on his dining room table. And Will says to him, or he just has this grin and shocked look on his face at the same time. And Will says, I sent someone to kill you. You sent someone to kill me. Even Steven. So he's basically saying that, they're even now, because Will sent someone to kill Hannibal, and Hannibal sent someone to kill Will. And Will, he just knew that Hannibal was the one who sent this guy after him. I don't really know how Will knew that Hannibal sent the guy to kill him, but he just did. And so Hannibal, he was really impressed after that, I guess. He knew that Will was going to kill the guy, but he was not expecting him to bring the guy to his dining room table and just lay him there. And then Hannibal, this is when he really is just practically admitting to being a psycho, being a killer. It's whenever Hannibal convinces Will to do something with the body of the guy that he killed. And not only does Hannibal just have this kind of just nonchalant weirdness about him whenever a literal dead body is on his dining room table. Like, not only that, but also he's further convincing Will to do something with this body. He tells Will, well, this man gave you a gift. Like, because Hannibal considered getting to kill the guy as his gift. He was like, this guy gave you a gift by like you killing him. Because he changed you. Because now this is the first time you've actually killed someone without it technically being self-defense, without, like, you know, moving the body and stuff. Because he killed the Minnesota Shrike, but that was completely in self-defense, and not self-defense, but he was protecting Abigail, who he was about to kill. And so this was really the first time that Will had killed someone, and it wasn't completely for self-defense, because although this guy did go after Will and he attacked him in his home, Will took it a little too far, and it went past the point of maybe just self-defense. And Will was also thinking of it at the time as like not just self-defense. So Hannibal was just like, this guy changed you. Like, he gave you this gift because he was your first, like, real kill. And so you need to honor him. You need to do something to honor him because he gave you this gift. And so that was, like, really one of the first things that Hannibal said to Will. That was, like, almost admitting that he was a killer himself, and was just crazy. Because, like, no normal freaking person would say something like that, or just act in the way that he was acting. And so then Will did something with this guy's body. He, like, I don't even want to explain what he did, but he basically, like, mutilated it and put the guy's, like, skin over a, like, prehistoric jaguar skeleton or of some sort. And so he left this, like, skin and skeleton in a museum, which got found, like, the next day. And then all, like, the police stuff happened with that thing. It's not really necessary for the story. So, next thing that happens. After Will kills that guy, he pretends to kill this one reporter lady named Freddie Lowndes. And when I say pretended to kill her, I mean that at this point, Jack had actually come around. Jack had finally come around and said that, you know, Hannibal could possibly be who you say he is. Hannibal could possibly be the Chesapeake Ripper and be the one who framed you, Will. So we're going to set him up. So we're going to set him up, and we're going to make him believe that you killed this lady, Freddie Lowndes. But we're secretly going to keep her alive. And so to the world, she'll be dead. But she'll be in, like, FBI custody. So Will pretends like he killed Freddie Lowndes. And he tells Hannibal about it. He's like, oh yeah, I killed Freddie Lowndes. Like, it was like whatever. And then Hannibal and Will have this just, like, dinner together where Will pretends that the meat oh my gosh. This stupid mic, okay? It turned off again. Sorry, you guys. But anyway, they have this meal together where Will pretends that the meat he served Hannibal. So, sorry guys. Will pretends that the meat he is giving to Hannibal is from Freddie Lounds because he needs to try to prove to Hannibal that he really did kill her. So he gives Hannibal this like slice of meat as a gift, kind of, for Hannibal to cook because Hannibal, I didn't tell you this before, but he is like a chef as well. Like he really enjoys cooking and making it very theatrical and cooking these like extravagant dishes and feasts and stuff. And so Will gives this meat to Hannibal as a gift and they have this meal together. And Hannibal believes that this meat is from Freddie Lounds, while Will knows that it's not. But he's trying to pretend like it is. And so then, after that, sorry. So then, after that, what am I gonna say? Oh yeah. So I would say like maybe the episode after this, Jack fully believes that Hannibal is the Chesapeake Ripper. Like he's fully come around. Alana still doesn't believe it though. Alana is just like, you guys can't be serious. Like you're working against Hannibal now. Like, you know, like what evidence do you have? He can't be the Chesapeake Ripper. Like, what are you guys talking about? I've known him since my psychiatry residency. Like, what is going on? And also, you might be wondering why Will is trying to go after Hannibal now. Because at this point, Will and Hannibal's relationship has progressed from just like patient psychiatrist and also just like from plain friendship to more like a more intense relationship with like Hannibal has shown a large part of himself to Will at this point because he's all but admitted to being a killer. And he thinks that like Will has been really accepting of him so far through their conversations and everything that they have been having. Like, Will has been just kind of accepting of who Hannibal is and who he's shown himself to be. And so Hannibal views their relationship as more than just friends now. Like, if Will did anything to try to now go against Hannibal, turn him in. Because, you know, like I said, Will literally tried to kill Hannibal. And now Hannibal thinks if Will were to try to, you know, turn me into the police now, work with the police to turn me in, that would be a complete betrayal. No. Because their relationship has progressed to that point where Hannibal and Will feel like they are on the same page now. Where Hannibal wants Will to be a killer, and Will has become the killer. He has become Hannibal's puppet and pet. And so now Hannibal thinks that they are on the same side, that If Will were to try to turn him in, then that would be a complete betrayal. So, you might be wondering, why does Will work with the police now? Why is he working with Jack? Well, it's because he recognizes that he is going against his own morals. Like, that he has been going against his own morals by doing these things with Hannibal. That, I mean, maybe if he does enjoy what he's doing, he recognizes that these are against his morals. Like, he doesn't like the person that he's become. And Hannibal has changed him to this man who is now enjoying killing and being okay with it, and he doesn't want to accept his own darkness. Will's afraid of accepting his own darkness. And he's afraid that if he continues to work with Hannibal and just let things progress and let Hannibal go free, then Will will completely turn to the darkness and be irredeemable. And his greatest fear is to turn into Hannibal. He doesn't want to turn into Hannibal. He's afraid that he's going to turn into him if he doesn't turn him in. Because Will doesn't want to face his own darkness. He's too afraid of that. He's too afraid of completely going against his morals now. Of letting Hannibal go free. Because he's been in the FBI. The whole mission of his job has to be to catch killers, people who break the law, and catch serial killers. So if he were to go against this and just let this killer go free, then it would just be going against everything he stood for. And so Will tries to work with Jack now to turn Hannibal in. Even though their relationship has progressed further and further. And it's not just Hannibal who's felt this relationship. It's also Will. It means something to him. But he's too afraid to face his own darkness to even stay friends with Hannibal, to still be in this relationship with Hannibal. So, he works with Jack to try to convict Hannibal, convict Hannibal of these murders. And Will actually goes to the FBI, headquarters or whatever, to talk to Freddie Lounds. And this is in the last episode of season 2, which is episode 13. It is the best episode I think I've ever seen of television. Actually, it is so good. It is 100% the best episode in the whole show. It is just the complete and utter, peak of sadness and betrayal and devastation ever. So, this is episode 13 of season 2. It's called Mizumono. And Will goes to talk to Freddie Lounds at the FBI headquarters. I don't remember why he talked to her, but he just went to talk to her for some reason. And remember how Hannibal has an insanely keen sense of smell. So Will goes, straight after visiting Freddie Lounds, Will goes to Hannibal's office. And at this point, Hannibal and Will are coming up with a plan to run away together. Because Hannibal knows that he's getting to a point where he has to admit who he is and what he is to Jack. Because he's like, I can't go on any further without showing Jack who I truly am. And if I'm going to show Jack who I truly am, then I know I'm going to have to run away afterwards, because Jack's going to want to arrest me. So Hannibal and Will are planning together to invite Jack to a dinner party at Hannibal's house so that they could tell him who Hannibal is and that he is Guys, I'm so sorry. My mic keeps turning off. Don't know why. But, sorry. I'll try to, like, periodically just, like, do an emote or something. Maybe that's the problem. Sorry. But anyway, like I was saying, Hannibal and Will are going to invite Jack to this dinner party and tell him the truth about Hannibal being the Chesapeake Ripper. And still, up to this point, Hannibal has admitted no guilt. But Will knows. Like, Will just knows, and Hannibal knows Will knows. So, they're basically acting as if Hannibal's not the Chesapeake Ripper, but in reality, they both know he is. And so, it's just this awkward situation. But Hannibal's still not admitting any guilt. But he's just like, we need to tell Jack, you know, what I am and what's going on. And so, during this conversation, when Will and Hannibal are planning to, you know, run away together, and then, right before they run away, to tell Jack who Hannibal is. During this conversation, Hannibal goes up to Will, and he smells him. And he smells Freddie Lounge's scent on Will. And I'll remind you, Freddie Lounge was supposed to be dead because Will acted like he killed her. So, how could her smell be on him unless she was secretly alive? And Will was plotting to betray him. So, through this one sniff, Hannibal gathered all of this information. He gathered that Freddie Lounge must be alive, that Will had just visited her, and that Will had betrayed him and he was working with Jack to turn him in. And so, oh my gosh, okay, after I get through explaining the end of season 2, I'm gonna have to go to bed, and I will explain season 3 tomorrow. But I'm so sorry, I am getting so tired right now. But yeah. So, what was I saying? Oh yeah, Hannibal has figured out that Will has betrayed him. And still, by the way, Will isn't even 100% on Jack's side here. Like, Will is still going back and forth between running away with Hannibal and turning Hannibal in. So, Will isn't like 100% on either side. He's actually kind of going back and forth between them, still trying to decide what he's going to do when the moment comes. When it's time to either, because, by the way, Hannibal and Will, whenever they meant that they were going to tell Jack who Hannibal truly was, they meant that they were going to tell Jack and then, like, kill him after that. And so Will was still trying to decide when the moment came. Was he going to help Jack to kill Hannibal, or was he going to help Hannibal to kill Jack? And so he was going back and forth on this issue. And he ultimately decided to help Jack and to go against Hannibal. He didn't want to kill Hannibal, but he did want him to go to prison because he couldn't face his own darkness. Ultimately decided that he couldn't kill Jack. Like, he just couldn't do it. That would be completely against who he was. And so he decided that he couldn't kill Jack and that Hannibal had to go to prison. And so when the moment came at the dinner party, Jack actually went to the dinner party earlier than him and Will had agreed to go. Him and Will had agreed to go to the dinner party together, show up at the same time, so that they both would be safer that way. But Jack showed up early. I don't really know why, but he did. It might have been because the FBI, the people that were above Jack in the FBI, wanted to arrest Will for the murder of this guy, the guy who Hannibal had sent after Will to kill Will. The people above Jack in the FBI had found out that Will had killed that guy and wanted to arrest Will for that. And so Jack decided to go to this dinner party earlier than normal because the FBI also wanted to take Jack's badge away from him. Sorry guys, I need to go to the bathroom again. I am so sorry. I will be right back. Give me 3 minutes. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm back. Let me just emote real quick. So that I don't lose my headset or whatever. But yeah, like I was saying, Jack was actually going to lose his job at the FBI, or like at least temporarily, while they investigated what really happened with like Will killing the guy that Hannibal sent after him, and also because Jack wasn't like the highest authority. Like, he had some authority because he was the head of the behavioral science unit, but he didn't have the authority to completely, like, not tell his authority about his plan. Because his plan was to catch Hannibal, and he thought the best way to do this was to just go to his dinner party and try to kill him. Like, basically, that's just what his plan was. And so, he never let his higher authority know about this, like, at all. His whole plan to try to catch Hannibal. And so that's why they wanted to take away his badge and gun, because he went against them and, like, didn't tell them about what he was doing. And so that's kind of why he went to the dinner party a little bit early, is to get away from the police, like the FBI. And so he went to the dinner party early, which was not safe. Like, if he and Will had showed up at the same time, it would have been a lot safer. But Jack showed up early. And almost immediately, right after Jack walked in, he said, "Hannibal, I just want to thank you for your friendship. It's meant a lot to me. But I think this is the clearest moment of our friendship." And then right after that, Jack pulls out his gun. So he makes the first move, actually. Jack makes the first move. And Hannibal grabs a knife, because they're in the kitchen. Hannibal grabs a knife and throws it at Jack, which it hit him in the hand. And then they have this whole fight scene. And Jack nearly beats Hannibal. He has Hannibal in a, like, chokehold. But Hannibal, like, gets a piece of glass off the floor and sticks it in Jack's neck. And so the piece of glass is just in Jack's neck, and he kind of retreats to the wine cellar and, like, barricades himself in there. And so Hannibal is, like, literally, like, throwing himself against the door, trying to get the door open to get to Jack to finish him off. While Jack is just kind of, like, holding the glass in his neck, because, you know, if you were to take the glass out, his carotid artery would bleed out. So he had to leave the glass in to survive. So he did. So he left the glass in his neck to survive. And Hannibal was just, like, throwing himself, his whole weight, into this door over and over again to try to get inside. The next thing that happens, after he's thrown himself against the door a few times, remember Alana, the girl who was Hannibal was her mentor during her psychiatry residency. Alana walked in to Hannibal's kitchen because she found out what was going on about this whole situation. She found out what was going on, so she showed up in Hannibal's kitchen. She saw Hannibal, and, like, remember, before this moment, Alana didn't ever truly believe that Hannibal was capable of murder or capable of doing any of the things that Will accused him of, and that also Jack was now accusing him of, because Jack and Alana had been kind of on the same side before this. But Alana still didn't believe that Hannibal was capable of this stuff. But when Alana walked into that kitchen, she saw Hannibal throwing himself against the door. And he was all bloody and everything because he had just had a huge fight with Jack. And Alana And Alana saw Hannibal like throwing himself into the door, and she yelled, "Hannibal!" And then he stopped doing what he was doing, and he turned toward her. And then she said, "Where's Jack?" And he said, "In the pantry." That's like exactly how he said it. He kind of whispered it and was like teasing her, like, "In the pantry." Because he was in the pantry, like we're like the wine cellar kind of thing. And at this point, Alana fully realized that Hannibal was the Chesapeake Ripper, and that Hannibal was everything that Will said he was. And so Alana pulled out her gun. Well, she actually already had her gun pulled out at this point, but she was pointing it at Hannibal. And then Hannibal said to her, "Alana, don't be brave. Put the gun away and leave. If you put the gun away and leave, I'll make no plans to come after you. But if you decide to be brave, I promise I will kill you." So Alana, she decides to be brave. She pulls the trigger on the gun, and nothing happens. And Hannibal says, "I took your bullets, Alana. You should have not been brave. You should have walked away." And she realizes that he really did take her bullets, that she has no bullets for a gun, and that she's defenseless against Hannibal. And he has a knife in his hand. He starts walking toward her, like one of those just like menacing walks toward her. And she runs up the stairs of his house. And then she finds more bullets. She finds her bullets, I guess, that he took from her. And she finds them like just upstairs in a room that she goes into. And guess what? Surprised I'm still up. Oh yeah. So then, guess what happens? Abigail! She shows up! She's alive! She didn't actually die. Hannibal just cut off her ear and stuffed it in Will's throat to make him cough it up, but he kept her alive all this time. She was living in his house this entire time when Will thought that she was dead. Everyone thought she was dead. She was literally, Will was being accused of murdering her. There was no body found, but he coughed up her ear. And so he was accused of murdering her. But she was still alive. So Abigail showed up, and Alana was right by a window. And Alana was so surprised it was Abigail. She was like, "You're alive?" And she only knew Abigail to be very innocent and everything. So Abigail walked up to her, and Abigail said, "I'm sorry." And she pushed her out the window of the second story. And so Alana fell on her back down to the pavement below. And she didn't die, but it broke her it broke something in her hips or her legs. It completely shattered. So she was paralyzed there. And so she couldn't move, and it was raining outside, and she just couldn't move. But then guess who showed up? Will. Will showed up next. So Jack was still in the pantry. Hannibal had tried to follow Alana up the stairs, but she kind of like locked herself in that room. So Hannibal sorry guys, my mic turned off again. But I really have to go to the bathroom again, so I'm gonna have to cut off the story for right now. But I will finish it tomorrow. So show up tomorrow. I don't know when I'll be streaming, but show up tomorrow and I'll finish the story. But I gotta go. Sorry guys. Have a good night. Thank you for watching. See y'all later. Bye.